I'm sorry. You're up now. Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? Need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, if there's no modifications or changes, I move we approve the agenda for Thursday, February the 17th, 2022.
Have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions on the purchase order?
Not a question, but I see we paid $21,000 or something like that to the Crabtree and Roball and Associates for
Yes.
the gun building.
Yes, sir.
How's that coming?
It's going well. They will be back in next Thursday afternoon as we continue to refine the design. They have had the electrical engineers in, the plumbers and things like that to do the building. So I would suspect probably within the next month we'll be presenting that.
Any major changes in the plumbing?
No.
No,
No, in the heating, as you know, we upgraded the boiler and the chiller within the past couple of years. So no, most of it will just be some primarily moving of offices.
It's, yeah, like Mr. Davis says, the drawing's pretty much done. It's getting down to the detail on the anything mechanical and subcontractors and stuff like that. We will be proposing to put addition on to where the fireboard is towards the water tower to give bring some light into that office because it has no windows. And the only other thing we have to evaluate is where the space that we said that we could put the Norwalk. It's got that low ceiling. Well, it's really not a low ceiling. It's actually a raised floor. So trying to figure out how to get more height there possibly. I know the HVAC system really hinders it, but so working on that.
Fireboard will go over where Recovery Resources was.
Right.
Once that space is renovated, and then ambulance will go into where Fireboard is. And we'll be replacing all the old windows. Only half the building has been retrofitted with the energy windows, so we're going to redo that. Kind of clean up the front of the building as you come in off of 700 or under off of Stevens Street. So,
coming along nicely.
Mr. President, if I may, just two quick things. Actually, that was one of the things on my list. If you look on the third page, third page, you'll see about 3/4 of the way down, payment to Thomas Somerville and Company in the amount of $23,358.67. That's for the 4 rooftop units, as well as some supplies we needed for senior services. That project is now completely done. They were able to remove the old units and put the new units in place in a day. And fortunately, the weather cooperated. They had to go back the next morning and run some condensation lines. But other than that, that project is now completely done.
So it's up and running.
Yep. And as they were taking the old units off, they were loading them onto the trailer and taking them for scrap. So it's already been cleaned up and disposed of. So the council has committed to well over $1 million in renovations to that building. So now most of the needed renovations should be complete. So many thanks to our facilities department for taking care of that.
And I was thinking that was going to be tremendously more. So.
The only other thing is on the next to the last page, actually 4 pages in from the last page, you'll see a payment made to Capital Lighting and Supply in the amount of $1,787. And you'll see that most of that is due to the power surge that we had several Thursdays ago.
Which page?
Right here.
I got, yeah.
Right above regional jail.
Page 10.
We have incurred close to $200,000.
You said that. What
in
was
losses.
the main thing there?
Mostly to our HVAC systems.
Oh, is that right?
The back system, we still are not sure about the boiler out back.
You mean the chiller?
The chiller. out back, so we're in the process of going through that. But we sustained over $10,000 worth of damage just to the door locks to the day report center. It fried them all.
I know. I was with facilities walking out of the courthouse or the judicial center, and they said the ballasts blew a lot of the electronic ballasts out.
Well, we were fortunate that we had all the electronic door locks for the new Baker Heights Fire Department. So we were able to
Swap them out.
We swapped them out and got the replacements in. So we have Anthony's been working with the insurance company. They have given us a claim. We also opened a claim with the risk pool,
Right.
so that we were running 2 concurrent claims, and we've been dealing with our claims person at the risk pool who have been in touch with the claims person for the contractor, and they have assured our claims. In fact, the risk pool shut our claim down. They put it in a dormant status because they're certain that we have a claim number and that their limits are high enough that our claim will be paid. Our claim's probably going to be, we're predicting probably in excess of about $500,000 when it's all said and done.
Seriously?
Yeah. Wow. To the point where the company that insures a contractor thought maybe we were overinflating our losses a little bit. They sent a claims adjuster up last week and walked the buildings with Jack and Gary, and they were very well satisfied that we knew what we were doing.
Central Dispatch, how's it?
Central Dispatch, other than fortunately none of the equipment was damaged. However, some of our, if you remember, we had some smoke in the EOC as a result of that power surge. That was actually one of the trays to the air conditioning units that had fried. To that system that's down there. So we had some damage to that, but the 911 center itself, the communications, the center was down for a little bit, but we did not sustain any damage to the communications equipment.
Because that's a real sophisticated HVAC system down there too.
Yeah.
That's those metro splits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we're working through all that and keeping track of. Tracy's been doing a good job of keeping track of all the expenses that we've incurred, documenting that, and then Anthony has taken lead working with the insurance company. So it's going pretty well, don't you think?
Yeah, it is. And with the liability claim, they're not going to send any money until there's a release. So it'll take a while until they have their inspectors come out, until we get to a final number.
Generators are all.
Generators are good, but there had something that occurred, and we'd have to have Jack in here to explain without the surge was the generators actually did not kick on, or they kicked on and the power was not transferred properly, and that's why we were actually operating the judicial center for a while with flashlights. They had that pre-trial for that double murder trial,
And that could have been all part of the switchgear because of that.
right?
You know?
So.
And it might have been because we assumed that they were running on a single phase or double instead of 3 phase. They lost a phase or 2. Well, they could only lost 1 probably. Not 2.
So we're working through all that.
So may have not kicked the generator on. I don't know.
With the ballast and stuff that are being replaced in all the fluorescent lights, they went to LED. Was that a thought?
We walked down in our big conference room.
Okay, yeah.
Wait till you
Been
see,
done?
Wait till you
Good,
see those
okay.
LED lights.
Because that's part of the stuff that Mr. Wine's been working on.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I hate to
That's
buy ballast and just buy
About
this.
$8 million project for the judicial center. For HVAC, that's already met its life.
Yeah, we're converting everything over to church, getting rid of the ballast and going straight direct to LED bulbs.
Yeah.
If you get a chance, go down to the big conference room down the end of the hall.
All right, anything else on the budget?
No, sir. I'm good.
You
Thank
put
you.
me behind schedule.
Sorry.
Changing
Blaming
status.
somebody else.
I was waiting for you to say something. All right, change of status, new hire recommendation received from Tim Zide, Director of Community Corrections for Ian Reeves, as a therapist 2 with an annual salary of $56,196 effective March 15th, 2022. New hire recommendation received from Mike Lang, Chief Court Marshal for Donald Minor, as a deputy court marshal with an annual salary of $33,928 effective March 1st, 2022. New hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for the following: Casey Alexander as a drug screening tech with an annual salary of $34,619 effective February 22nd, 2022. William Carpenter as a recovery tech with an annual salary of $37,509 effective March 1st, 2022. Changes in status received from Mike Lang, Chief Court Marshal, for the following: they are receiving a 2-year service increase effective March 1st, 2022. Adam Horman, salary increase from $33,928 to $35,372. David Scott Richmond, salary increase from $35,372 to $37,494. Letter of resignation received from the Day Report Center for Bruce Orr, effective February 10th, 2022. Letter of resignation received from the Sheriff's Department for Theodore Snyder, effective February 10th, 2022. Letter of resignation received from the Day Report Center for Kristen Cook, effective February 14th, 2022. Any questions or concerns with the change of status?
Just as clarification, Court Marshal Mr. Foreman, Deputy Marshal Foreman was a 2-year adjustment. Deputy Marshal Richmond was actually a 5-year adjustment.
Yeah, I seen that.
So that was.
Doesn't seem possible that Mr. Richmond's been there that long. Okay, so approval of minutes for February 1st, 2022. Berkeley County Board of Review and Equalization. I wasn't there. Mr. Whitaker wasn't there. Need entertain a motion for those minutes.
Would you like to do both of them together since?
We can. February 3rd, 2022. Board of Review and Equalization. I wasn't there, nor was Mr. Whitaker. Entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the February 1st meeting as well as the February 3rd meeting.
Have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? I will abstain.
Same here.
All right, council calendars. We will be back in session today at 1 o'clock for Board of Review and Equalization.
And you do have one hearing.
And we have one here. Okay. The council will be shut down for the 21st, which is President Day, and we'll be back in the chambers on Tuesday,
Yes, sir. At 9 o'clock a.m.
9 o'clock, and it could be a long day. It's going to be at least all day to set the revenue or the expenditures. And then back in the chambers at 9:30 on the 24th. And we'll be here all day for that too, because the electives are.
No, sir. We made that agenda light.
Okay.
The electeds will be
Coming in
coming
that
in
morning.
at 10:30, and they're the last item on your agenda. So you should be out lunchtime soon thereafter.
Okay.
And then we have Crabtree coming in the afternoon to talk about the design of this.
Okay.
And I won't be here for that in the afternoon.
So you said on the 22nd, did you say 9 o'clock or 9:30?
9 o'clock.
Okay.
Please.
All right. Boards and commissions. We have nothing here for Thursday or Friday. Have 5:30 p.m. Main Street, Martinsburg. I guess that's still go, isn't it?
Haven't changed anything.
Okay. Tuesday the 22nd, 6 p.m. Planning Commission, 5 p.m. Sewer District, 6 p.m. Stormwater District. Wednesday the 23rd, 10 a.m. CDB, 3 p.m. Senior Services. Thursday the 24th, 5 p.m. Library Board, 5 p.m. Ambulance Authority. Any changes or corrections on boards and commissions? Need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Hess, you have a little bit of activity for us this morning?
Yeah, a little bit. Good morning.
Good morning.
We have 5 personal property office error corrections we had to make. And total them up for the reasons that's listed there. But to total them up, we got a total of $831.96 for those 5.
Entertain a motion on the 5 personal property tax exonerations due to office error.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. You have one real estate.
I do. We had wrong tax class on for Mr. Hardy. We had to correct that for the amount of $1,227.01.
All right. Entertain a motion on 1 real estate tax exoneration due to office error.
So, second.
Have a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Hess.
Uh-huh.
Have a good day. Board meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I had the annual Extension Service meeting where we went over the Extension Service items. Each person reviewed what they did over the year. I was surprised at the amount of work they do with drug policy. There's evidently a family and community development extension agent, and she does a lot of outreach with drug policy. And I told her she ought to contact Tim Zaya to further that. And then the family nutrition extension person has a nutrition class at the Day Report Center. Has had for quite a while, evidently. And so that was surprising. So, I don't know if they need any help from us as far as financial for, this drug policy thing, but, it's something, we ought to keep an eye on.
So the nutrition is a vital part of recovery.
Yeah.
They've been doing that.
Yeah,
For
in
a
fact,
while.
I told him, said, well, we need to talk to Tim, if we do the expansion of the building,
Think about that.
and in fact, right after the meeting, I saw Tim and discussed it with him. And of course, he said, yes, that's an excellent idea, and, he will make efforts to coordinate it or do something about it. And then we also discussed the movement of the extension service to Baltimore Street, and discuss that a little bit. That was a meeting. It was a very productive meeting. I was surprised. Of course, his name Murphy is Pat Murphy is an extension, the ex-commissioner delegate. He's also he represents of course, the village.
Should we have Crabtree go ahead and do the design on that 750 Baltimore Street for the extension office? That should be part of the Dunn building.
Yeah, I mean, we can. It's
Pretty simple.
It's
Just
simple.
do it all
Yeah,
in-house.
we were just going to do that.
But we need to do the facade and all that stuff.
Yeah, we will get them working on the facade, but as far as the internal design, Mike and I talked about how, they'd like to have a big conference meeting room and then some offices. So I have in my mind what they would like to have. It's not going to be hard.
But when we do the facade, we'll maybe upgrade windows and all that
Yes,
stuff.
Yeah, they said as long as it's not smaller than the footprint that they're.
it's not going to. Yeah, and I told Mike that we would not put it to a smaller space, knowing how crowded it is up there right now.
All right. Mr. Delier,
Did not have any meetings this week.
Mr. Whitaker.
I didn't have any meetings, but I did attend the chamber mixer out at the airport terminal last night. Very well attended. It was a lot of good discussion about everybody getting back into the swing of meeting again. And I met the new chamber director. Let her know, actually between her and Jim Linsenmeyer, met with him a little bit. what some of our upcoming plans are with the old court building downtown. And they will be leaving their office out off of Foxcroft, and they're very interested in space in our, you know, when the time comes, as well as, didn't get to talk a whole lot, but there was mention about CVB, and so we may be having some potential tenants if we can.
Mr. Coconut.
Yes, sir. Parks and Rec, meeting on Tuesday. And our newly appointed person that board, Mr. Chip Hensel, hit the ground running. And
I didn't doubt that for one
Yeah,
bit.
going to be a great addition, ask questions and very engaged. Very good choice there. The Doughboy plaque, another plaque has been completed and is here. It's not yet been placed on the monument. They looked at adjusting, actually they voted to adjust the pavilion rentals, which hasn't been addressed for a number of years. There are still free, some are still free, as long as everybody's invited. The public, if it's open to the public, chances are it will still be free. They are also very involved in working with Matt on the 250th birthday celebration. There's a run planned at the Courthouse Farm Park called Color Me Run. And I guess it's a cross-country run, which I won't be participating in, but
I can walk it though.
That may work. But
Give me a golf cart and I'll ride it.
They have stations as you run, and they actually
Throw things at you.
No, it's powders, different colored powders. So when, if you complete the run, you're covered in different, like you might be blue and red and yellow.
I could do that.
Kind of like dodgeball or something.
Yeah.
You could be throwing it, right?
It's kind of a neat event.
But anyway, they're involved in that, and things are moving well with them, I think, so.
Good. I had the Development Authority Governor Affairs meeting yesterday, and the major topic was that middle mile of fiber that we've talked about, and so I think that we're going to talk to Mr. Davis and Mr. Wine about that briefly, and the recommendation is to bring that back here. Let us go ahead and piggyback one of our contract with Design 9, I think, and have them to do the study, and the Development Authority will take to their board about the plans. And so that was a big discussion. They gave direction to move forward. Sandy will be coming out in front of us to ask us for that sometime in March after her board decides what they want to do. So that was the biggest thing that we had talked about.
Mr. President, Roundhouse.
Roundhouse, last week when Dan was out, we talked about the 3 appointments to the Roundhouse from the city of Martinsburg. It was my suggestion to Mr. Davis to do that the same way as the fire board, where they give us the names and we turn back around and we would approve the names, which is pretty much like the volunteer fire companies. But I was wrong on that. So basically, I think I was wrong, then Mr. Delegaty checked into it. It should be that the city of Martinsburg would just basically appoint their own people to their positions, just like they do with the library and Parks and Rec and airport. So
House Bill 2742 that was passed in March 12th of 1999. That was the legislation that established the Roundhouse. It talks about the appointment of terms and members. And as you know, we discussed last week, it says it shall not, the board of not less than 5, no more than 21 individuals, we have 10 now, shall be appointed for terms of 3 years. Each participating county and municipality may initially appoint 3 members. So they do have the authority to appoint 3 members. Thereafter, the authority may vary representational in the authority board depending on the number of municipalities and counties. It is important to note, it says that the county, meaning Berkeley County, shall always retain the right of appointment of the majority of the members of the board.
okay.
So,
You find the same thing, Anthony?
Yeah, that's correct. And it also says that each member shall serve at the pleasure of his or her appointing body. So the city or the county could remove at any time any of the members.
Okay. All right.
So
didn't mean to cut you
I'll,
off.
if it's the consensus of the council, you saw the letter that I sent out last week. I'll modify that because they still would like to have something in writing, just to let them know, the city and the roundhouse know that they can move ahead with one of the 3 members.
Yeah, and
Yes.
that's probably my fault. I should have probably went a little deeper into conversations since I
You
wasn't
just
here.
kind of left me out there,
Well, I
you
know.
know, left me astray.
Yeah, you know, every now and then, you know.
Yeah, you gotta reel me in once in a while.
That's all right.
I did see the mayor because I had to follow him after the spot on the red WRNR, and I told him that we was working on that today, so he understood.
And Tracy, that will not be our responsibility to track their jobs. What we're gonna do is track the 10 that belong to the council.
All right, any other board and commission activity? We do have an application for Tammy McDaniel for the ambulance authority. Can we bring her in for interview? And we only have 1 vacancy on that. I've got, talking to someone tonight about another we have 2 vacancies probably coming up. And, so I want to be prepared, be ready to go on that one.
And you're aware that Sandy Hamilton did send us correspondence
Yeah.
declining.
I was anticipating that, because she's on a huge amount of mandatory boards. And this is one that's mandatory. Anything else on boards and commissions? All right, moving on. April,
People was going to present Tracy. She was,
Huh?
and then when she was out, so
okay.
what she'd make of it, she wants
We have April from our grant department to the request to apply for the Highmark West Virginia Foundation Improved Substance Use Disorder Outcomes Grant. So tell us a little bit about what this is for.
The Highmark West Virginia Charitable Fund for Health will award a total of $500,000 in grants to implement or have existing programs that address substance abuse. We want to apply for the HIDA Catalyst Therapist and the Peer Recovery Coach because that one ends on July 1st. The new one doesn't pick up till the following year. So we want to apply for those 2. The minimum award is $50,000. The total we're requesting is $131,560.18.
So this is to fill in for some
Until the
grant-funded
next grant
positions
comes in.
until the next grant comes in.
Yes.
All right, so Tim's not gonna come back in and ask us for more people.
He should. I give no guarantees, but he shouldn't.
And if you'll remember.
I say that jokingly. Tim's wonderful.
The Catalyst Therapist and Peer Recovery Coach, that's a relatively new positions, and they're actually for at-risk youths. That's all part of our
That's
at-risk
great.
youth program. So that's targeted age group 12 to 18. So this is one of those programs where Tim was in presenting his budget, really starting to pick up some traction, and we don't want to lose that.
Yeah, and this is one of those ones where if you catch the person at the right time, and
Yes.
the right person catches them, you can turn them. I mean, just with one conversation.
Yes.
All right, so need a motion to approve.
Make a motion that we approve the grant request to apply for the Highmark West Virginia Foundation Improved Substance Use Disorder Outcomes Grant.
Have a motion on the floor.
Second.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, April.
Thank you.
And let the record reflect that this is a zero match grant.
Okay. And let's not forget what Tim said and what we said the day we opened up the Day Report Center. We need to get started on the design of the 2-story addition.
So let us for Crabtree next week.
We designed the building so it would be easy to do, but we need to get started because right now Tim's going to be out of space before the addition gets done. All right. Next on our agenda is Randy Lilly, Director of Emergency Management, Rachel Snavely, Executive Director for Region 9, the 2022 Berkeley Morgan County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan Resolution. That's a mouthful.
If the council will recall, every 5 years, we have to update our hazard mitigation plan. Your representatives, Randy, me, Heather, Brian. So we worked with, and Michael Baker did the upgrade or did the revisions through Region 9, and it's something that we've worked on in the past. So it's not new. It's just an update to the existing plans.
Okay, all right, which one wants to go first?
Yeah, so, like Alan said, every 5 years it's up for renewal. The current plan expires February 23rd. So all the municipalities in Berkeley, Oregon have to adopt it, as well as the counties. There were 3, I think, new hazards added to this plan, which included substance use disorder, cyber terrorism, and civil disturbance.
And Tim was the other participant from the county.
Okay.
He was involved in it.
Yeah, he actually did include 2 code mitigation strategies for substance use disorder. He would have a mitigation for that. So we went through this process over the last year, and the culmination of it, we actually had about 2-hour call with FEMA. They picked through about 2,000 page long document, and they read every line of it. So we went through and it's all corrected. It's been approved by FEMA. So just here to ask for your on there in the last.
We have the document available to you if you would like a copy, but as Rachel said, it's several hundred pages. So
She said
we did
2,000
not-
pages.
We did not put it in to read it.
Yeah, I'm not.
I was gonna say, did you read it?
I skimmed
Skimmed
through it.
That's all I needed to hear. I mean, if you want me to skim through it, I will, but it'll be a lot skimmer than what you did.
Some of it's pretty interesting. We sent out a survey, and back in 2017, we got about 300 responses, which I thought was good at the time. This time we got 900 responses from people working in Oregon. Reading through their responses and comments is helpful. And
Makes sense.
It is out there on the website.
it's on our website.
Well, need a motion to adopt.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the hazard mitigation plan for Berkeley and Morgan.
Second? No.
Have a motion on the floor and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Hey, Randy, has the state, got their thyroid program back up and running?
Yes, just getting that back up and running. They revise it every year, a different way that we do it, but we just got, probably 2 weeks ago, an email from saying they haven't pushed it out, saying it's a date to say started, but they pushed out the guidelines of what they're going to do, how they want us to do it this year. Again, it changes every year how they want us to do it.
Good luck with that.
But that's coming up on the horizon. Thank you.
Mr. President, if we can, while Randy's here, can we talk briefly about the mutual aid agreement with 167?
Yes. Actually, I was going to try to move forward today pretty good, so it works out.
In your
That's
packet,
for the fire.
we received, I guess a week or so ago, mutual aid agreement dated February 1st of 2022 between the 167th Martinsburg City Fire Department, Berkeley Fire, South Berkeley Fire, Hedgesville, Beddington, Back Creek Valley, Baker Heights. Yeah, I looked it over. It appears to be in order.
Yes, I didn't have any issues.
It's amazing you got all them people together.
It's pretty broad.
Yeah.
Is this a renewal or is it first time?
It's annual.
Oh, so
But it came, if you remember, it actually came before us some time ago, and it did not include as signatures, it did not include the VFDs. So now all the VFDs have been included.
Yeah.
does it include the veteran hospital?
VA.
They have a separate agreement
Separate agreement. There is.
with the feds.
Yeah, 'cause the 167th and the VA is a huge help to us.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure we'd be a huge help to them if they ever needed it.
Yes.
We have been.
Yeah.
I get to see it happen quite often.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They
Mr. President, if I may, I just have one concern with this.
Okay.
It has
Come up to the podium, Anthony, I'm sorry.
It includes this language in there about all the signatures, this holding harmless the United States for any liability that may arise from the use of firefighting foams, chemicals, or other materials. As you're aware, they did recently pay the city of Martinsburg $3 or $4 million because of those PFAS chemicals, and I just think that part should be taken out. This,
All right, so you want us to table this until you see what,
I don't think the city would sign this, but I think they kind of snuck that in there,
all right?
and it's not appropriate for this.
But what's the thing on, does the county not have to have that in their stuff too, that?
We don't use PFAS, or we don't use the fund, do we? On the
Do,
county
but
No,
not
I
near
mean-
at the
rate of that.
amount that they do.
Okay.
I don't mean the foam portion, I mean the hold harmless, they can't.
Indemnify.
Well, right, I guess you're right, yeah, we don't sign anything where it's hold, where somebody's asking to be,
We usually do not.
right?
I mean, there are a lot of protections of government entities for liability, and there's immunities, things like that. The public service districts would have more of a problem signing on something like this, in case those chemicals get into their water system and then they need to do millions of dollars of upgrades.
Yeah,
that
like
would
a-
be the city.
$4
But-
million.
I just think they're kind of sneaking that in there,
All right, well,
and
let's table it and get back to us 1 week, 2 weeks,
yeah, I think it'll be.
okay, put back on agenda for next week,
It won't be on next week because your agenda's full next week.
because what,
Your agenda's full next week.
Okay.
It'll be March 3rd.
okay. All right,
So it gives Anthony 2 weeks.
okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Anybody need to take a break right now, because we can keep moving? All right, Will, you expecting anybody? You're expecting somebody?
Yes.
Okay, well,
Okay, yeah, both, I believe the petitioner is represented by Mrs. Kathy Santa Barbara, and the respondent is a person who I believe should be here in person if
Okay.
he's gonna be removed.
we got other things we can do there.
Okay.
All right. All right, so Mr. Davis, you want to go ahead with your stuff?
Yes, sir. As the next one, under my items, you'll see that we did receive notification from the Internal Revenue Service that for the past 2 years, they've actually decreased the mileage reimbursement rate. This year, they increased the mileage reimbursement rate. For 2021, it was 56 cents a mile. For 2022, they've set the mileage reimbursement rate at 58.5 cents a mile. Asking that the council amend our travel policy to reflect the new mileage reimbursement rate. The amount of mileage reimbursements that we do now are minimal because we have, as you know, we improved our fleet. So employees are not hesitant to take our vehicles on travel trips now. So, but every once in a while, particularly if the prosecuting attorney is bringing in a expert witness or something like that, that will pay mileage reimbursement. So I am asking that you adopt the IRS mileage reimbursement rate of 58.5 cents a mile.
So can we just go, call Congress and the president, and just tell them to amend their policies on energy?
You can do whatever you want, sir.
I just heard it, if Ukraine is invaded, that our fuel rates are gonna skyrocket.
Yeah, 10%.
Well, they just did.
It's going to go sky, it's going to,
Go
Worse
look at
than
the
it is.
diesel now. $4.
huh?
Diesel's $4 a
I
gallon.
test is $4 a gallon.
That's why I'm driving that Fusion out there today. Can't afford that.
Can't afford to drive that to Denali.
I can drive that thing home on less than $1.
You paid so much for that truck, you gotta leave it sit home,
I
can't
did.
afford the fuel.
I had to dodge water puddles last night when I took it out.
I'll bet.
I did.
You sure they were
I
water
went
puddles? Because it hadn't been raining.
Well, the snow melted.
Oh, snow.
So I didn't take no back roads. I had to take the main roads. All right, so motion to approve the amended IRS mileage rate.
Mr. President, I move to increase the mileage from 56 to 58 effective January 1st, 2022.
Second.
Motion been made, second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Amended 2022 holiday schedule. We taking some away?
We are.
Seriously?
Although I expect that we'll be putting it back on.
You're taking away the ones that,
We
the day
adopted.
before and the day after.
We adopted the 2022 holiday schedule last year based on information that was provided by the state of West Virginia. As you can see in your read ahead, we received correspondence last Thursday, February 10th, saying that they amended their holiday schedule. And what they did is, instead of observing Juneteenth on Friday, the Friday before Juneteenth, and then West Virginia Day on Monday, June the 20th, which would have been a 4-day weekend, they combined Juneteenth and West Virginia Day. Juneteenth falls on the 19th, which is a Sunday. West Virginia Day, June 20th, falls on the Monday. They've combined them under one holiday. So they actually took a day away. So it's been back and forth and back and forth and back and forth over the past week, and that's the way it stands right now. However, we have heard that probably in early June, it's just rumor, that the governor may pass executive order putting Juneteenth back on for that Friday. But as it stands now, Juneteenth, which is June the 19th, and West Virginia Day, June the 20th, instead of being observed on two separate days, will be observed on Monday, June 20th. So recommending that we modify the calendar, and we have to we need to observe this, because if we close on Friday, the Friday before the weekend, the courts will still be open, which means that for all intent and purposes, we'll be paying our court security and circuit clerk personnel holiday double time.
All right, entertain a motion to amend the 2022 holiday schedule.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made, second. Any discussion on the motion?
Why do you have, what's the thought process for 2 days for Thanksgiving?
It's the state.
I mean, they didn't give a thought
You don't
process.
deer hunt?
You gotta go out and kill the bird, then you gotta eat it next.
Well, I have deer hunted many times, but I didn't get paid for being deer hunting.
Well, traditionally in West Virginia,
I understand. I mean,
Usually it was a
week
school
off for
holiday.
deer hunting,
Used to be the whole week was shut down
Shut
back
down,
then. Not
yeah,
anymore.
but I didn't get paid for it.
You don't get paid for your holidays?
I
How many times we,
my employees take a day off, but
how many times we call in here and it's like, oh crap, that's right, it's a holiday.
yeah, or call Alan on his cell phone on a holiday.
Yeah.
And I answer.
All right. We got a
I'm just
motion and a
curious,
second,
that's
right?
all.
All right.
Okay.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Nancy, you want to do yours?
Yep. Anthony, Legal Director, easement for Berkeley County Public Service Water District, and that's on Pikeside Waterway?
Yeah, under Pikeside Waterway, there's already, it's on Painesford Road. There's already one easement under there that the water district can put lines in, but they need to put another line in, and they're going through and acquiring easements from all the property owners, and I've reviewed all of this, and it doesn't seem any reason why the council wouldn't give them.
And this is the water, this is the transmission line that's coming from Blairton across Grapevine Road and back out, I guess, over to
Kelly Allen.
Kelly Allen, coming out towards P&G and all that stuff. It sounds
It's the
like.
industrial line, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, if they do any damage to the
Waterway.
waterway, they fix it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sewer lines through there too, so.
All
There's
right.
a lot of lines going through there. It's right along the road. So,
I found them before.
we need a motion and for President to sign.
Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. All right, I guess we'll take a break. Next on our agenda is, well, the Berkeley will take in session. Next on our agenda is Will Lawrence with fiduciary supervisor state hearing for Tara Knight Biker.
Yes, sir. Good morning, council. I'll just go briefly through a little bit of the facts and bring up the petitioner by council and also allow the respondent to speak if he so chooses to. Today, as President Copenhaver initialized, we have the estate of Tara Knight Biker. The motion filed by the petitioner Roger Leon Knight requires this council's action. It would also require this council to order Mr. Ruppenthal, the estate's current administrator, to file a subsequent inventory, that is the appraisement of the 6.01 and 6.02 tax filings for the estate, which has not yet been done. It also requires Mr. Ruppenthal to immediately surrender any authority that he has currently as the fiduciary of the estate of Miss Ernstbiker. The decedent, Miss Ernstbiker, passed away on June 9th, 2020, leading to Mr. Ruppenthal's appointment in August of 2020. Both the petitioner and the other heir at law, the decedent's mother, initially nominated Mr. Ruppenthal and waived their rights to open the estate. They did not, however, waive any of their rights as heir at law status. Mr. Ruppenthal had an appraisement for the estate due 90 days from his appointment in August of 2020. This deadline would have passed 1 year, 3 months, and 2 days ago. To date, Mr. Ruppenthal has filed no estate documents in this 15-month period. Moreover, the sole heirs at law for this estate are the decedent's mother, Virginia May Knight, and the decedent's father, the petitioner, Roger Leon Knight. Mr. Ruppenthal is not an heir at law as he has no legal relationship to the decedent. Furthermore, Mr. Ruppenthal has seemingly waived any of his rights regarding administrator's compensation under the West Virginia Code due to his delinquency in his filings. As such, it appears that Mr. Ruppenthal cannot benefit in any way monetarily from his service as administrator for this estate. Mr. Ruppenthal has been bonded for $30,000 as required by law from Travelers Casualty and Insurance Company. Said bond would be released upon the satisfaction of Mr. Ruppenthal's subsequent filings as is required by this petition and should this body deem such action appropriate. With that, I ask the petitioner by counsel to come forward and present to this council. Subsequently, Mr. Ruppenthal will be asked to respond if he so desires.
Well, there's not much for me to say after all that. Basically, Mr.
Please state your
Knight-
name for the record.
I'm sorry, Kathy Santa Barbara, representing Roger Leon Knight. Mr. Knight is the father of Tara Ernstbiker. His ex-wife is the mother, and she is Virginia May Knight. Mr. Knight has requested information from Mr. Rubenthal and has not been provided with anything. Everything that I would reiterate, anything that Mr. Lawrenson indicated, with one exception, and that is that Mr. Knight does not possess any documents which relate to the assets and liabilities of his deceased daughter. So we would want Mr. Rubenthal, with whom Ms. Ernstbiker had resided for some time prior to her death, to provide all of those documents to Mr. Knight after he would qualify as the successor administrator of the estate.
Okay,
If
so
you have any questions for me, fine, but I think that pretty much sums it up in conjunction with what Mr. Lawrence said.
okay, currently we'll be fine. We'll might need you. State your name for the record, and we'll have to swear you in as well. You look over there, and she'll swear you in.
Just raise your right hand. You swear to testimony you're about to give us the truth, all the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. Just state your name for the record, please.
My name's Rodney Brett Rubenthal. Excuse me, I've never been in front of this.
That's fine.
That's
That's all right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now ask it, yeah,
Sir, can you give
and a copy to the two lawyers, please, or, yeah.
Okay, what I'm reading is some paperwork. Recently, I, Brett Rubenthal, was served with the attachment complaint where Roger and Virginia Knight have filed against the estate of Tara Knight, Sensible Ernst Viker Rubenthal, for an amount of $30,000. A copy is provided for your review. Tara was my companion for 10.5 years. We were not legally married, very much in love. At the time of Tara's death, June 9, 2020, was living in my house at 215 St. Andrews Drive, Falling Waters, West Virginia, 25403. At the time of her death, I was also appointed the executor of Tara estate, the efficient access. Both Roger and Virginia Knight signed off on the agreement as a secretary. Tara and I had an agreement of one joint banking account in both names. Tara had some credit cards, which was paid off by me on her death. She also had a timeshare worth $22,000, which was both her name and previous husband's name of Chris Sid. This was given to her previous husband because his name was on the deed as part owner with Tara. I was required to take out a $30,000 bond registered of wills because of the timeshare and the value of the estate. Upon Tara's death, I paid for the funeral, the amount of $10,200 at Brown Funeral Home. This amount should have been paid from the estate as well. Tara's uncle Lloyd L. Walters contributed $2,000 toward the bill to help pay for the funeral and most found of his niece. Neither the father, mother, sister offered any way to help to bury Tara, nor made any contribution to all her funeral, including flyers of my knowledge, and also the knowledge to either offer a donation to the Burnside Church of God, who arranged a nice luncheon after Tara's funeral for those attendees. Now, Roger and Virginia Knight apparently legally divorced with the effort to obtain $30,000 from the estate of Tara Ernst Viker Rubenthal, which has no sufficient assets. Some of Tara's personal items, 2 bracelets, were given to her sister and daughter, Angela and Jasmine. Other sentimental personal property was given to close friends and or donated. The house we lived in currently owned by me and has only my name on the record of deed. If Tara lived today, I can almost guarantee you that she would be displeased with those actions of her father, mother, and sister relationship was often entangled. There was the love of my life, and I believe I was the love of hers, and miss her deeply. We were very happy together, and I know today would be a sad day for Tara if she was here. It is unfortunate that her family is tempted to miss for this her in the proceedings. Shame on them. May good Tara always rest in peace. I am defend Tara's name with every extent Roger and Virginia choose. Take matters and obtain counselors. So if necessary, they can do the same. I am more happy to explain the share of this matter further at the court than others. And I got the statements here from the bank that we were on joint accounts. I got the funeral cost here. My house and stuff has been totally, I haven't lived in it since December, destroyed. All my records, files is in pods out in front of my house. They're saying another 3 to 4 months for me to even get back into my house and even get to my records. But Roger and Virginia Knight wants to take over the estate. They're more than welcome to. The only thing that's holding me up is her jewelry and the U.S. government and the state of West Virginia on her taxes because of COVID. I never got her tax returns back from either one of them. My health has been bad all last year. I sold my bar. I've been in and out of the hospital. And if they want to take it over, they're more than welcome to fight with the government to try to find where the $800 is for federal return and the money for the state of West Virginia.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Will?
Yes, counsel. Obviously, any estate hearing coming to this is fortunate. The fact remains, however, that the appraisement has a legal standing of 90 calendar days, and reporting of such, as difficult as it certainly is for all families here, does have to kind of adhere to that 90 calendar days, and we're well past that.
Right.
So I suppose with Mr. Uppendole's seeming willingness to step down as fiduciary and file paperwork, I see no hindrance to moving forward with a motion for the removal and filings. And obviously the council can take a look at the time periods highlighted in Mrs. Santa Barbara's petition. I believe it's 15 calendar days, Kathy? 15 calendar days from today to file those filings. And obviously I leave that to your discretion whether that time is appropriate. But without that, I see no reason not to move forward, at least with a motion for the removal of Mr. Brett Rupenthal for the estate of Tara Knight.
I guess the only thing that I understand that Mr. Rupenthal is willing to step aside. It's all about not following through with his duties.
Yes.
And at the same time, I guess the only thing that I have question for you, Will, is the documents that he's saying is stored away that can't get to for 3 months. What's the
well
answer for that?
Sure. The duties to report, mind you, the appraisement, the 601 and the 602 are fully able to be amended. Meaning, if you have reasons to believe, an estate asset will be given and it's undetermined as to what the exact numerical figure of that probate asset is going to be, you are certainly within your rights to file an amended appraisement listing that exact number at that time that it's become available. So I would say that, given the legislative language that requires that 90 calendar day period, that's typically how that works. If somebody has to file tax returns and they're not, sure exactly what returns, if any, are going to be, we require them to adhere to the code and file an appraisement, with the understanding that likely before the settlement of the estate, an amended appraisement is going to need to be filed, lest there be I believe there's some tax penalties that come along with not reporting those things. So to answer your question, an amendment is always going to be fine at a later point. It holds up settlement, not filing an appraisement.
All right, anybody have any questions for Will? Mrs. Santa Barbara, you have anything for your
Yes,
client?
just a few points.
Because one of your requests was some of the documentation, right?
My client truly does not want to serve as the administrator. Unfortunately, Mr. Rubenthal has failed to carry out his responsibilities. My client has no knowledge of any assets because those would all be within the knowledge of Mr. Rubenthal. My client did not request $30,000 bond. We simply stated that there was a bond for $30,000. So what does that mean? We would suggest that 3 to 4 months is ridiculous for filing something that Mr. Rubenthal knew he had to file when he qualified back in August of 2020. So we would ask that his removal as the administrator only be taken, that action only be taken after he provides a full accounting, after he, of all of our assets. He indicates that there have been things that he donated, things he gave away, as well as after he has filed inventory and appraisement. Only then would my client be willing to serve. I mean, there may not be anything that needs to be done other than the appraisement, the inventory, providing documentation, and then the estate can be closed. My client simply wants closure.
Right.
Thank you.
And to that point, Council, I do have a petition approval order for the President's signature, should this Council deem it appropriate, which essentially just mirrors back to the petition itself. So if the petition is asking for these documents prior to removal, that's essentially what you're signing on to agree to.
All right, so give the council a little bit of an idea how you want this motion to be.
Sure. For Council's consideration, I propose a motion for the filing of the 6.01, 6.02 appraisements for the estate of Tara Ernspiker, as well as subsequent documentation be provided to the successor administrator, Mr. Roger Leon Knight, as well as a subsequent inventory interim settlement be filed within 15 to 30 calendar days, whichever this council deems appropriate.
Okay. Entertain a motion. I'll make it easy on myself.
I don't know how to put it all in words, but I agree to with what our fiduciary recommendation of filing the 6.01, 6.02 appraisements. Yes.
I'll second the motion to approve the recommendation.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Other than if it needs to be cleaned up, then depending on you will make that clean.
Do you want to stipulate a time period?
I leave that to council. In the petition, it says 15 calendar days from this day.
All right, so it needs
I will
no longer than 15 days.
Okay.
Okay. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
That's it, follow it up with a written order.
And I'll provide that to council for the president's release.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have David Michaels in the room, right?
Yes.
There he is.
Okay, David, come forward. You're here for board and commission interview for Berkeley County Historical Landmarks Commission. Good morning, sir. Tell us your name for the record and why you want to serve on this board. And a little bit about yourself that we don't know.
Sure. Thank you for this opportunity. Years ago, my name's Dave Michaels. Years ago, I got to know Don Wood and spent a lot of time with him with the historical markers, grave sites, just an interest of my past. I own quite a big section of Packhorse Road. Goes across my farm, about a half a mile of the old road. Got to study in that road, and found out a lot of history. It was an old Indian trail. For those of you that aren't aware,
That's Packhorse Ford Road, you say?
Packhorse Ford
Yeah.
Road. It went slaunchways across the county. Came in at Shepherdstown, which was Mecklenburg back then, and cut across the county and went south, almost north, east, southwest across the county. And it was a main thoroughfare. In 1720, Britain allocated money to improve that road, as well as some other roads in the state of Virginia. In 1727, they followed it up, and that's when Packhorse. I think there's some placards that say 1727 is when the road was completed. Now, just keep in mind that was 4 years before George Washington was born. He was born in 1731. So I got to understand a lot about the valley, the road itself. There's some places in the county where you can actually see the trail, or the wagon wheel trails that are embedded in the road and the structure. And very important landmarks that I'd like to be able to serve, be on the board. I was asked if I could be willing to do that, and I'm certainly willing, wanting to participate, wanting to help out in any way that I can.
Okay. All right. Mr. Barnhart, you have any questions or statements?
Well,
We could ask him what he knows about Jim Barnhart.
probably nothing, but what about Hedgesville?
What do I?
Route 9, Route 9 used to be
Yes.
main east-west.
Yeah, that was the main east-west corridor. It was traveled pretty heavily by George Washington, and he visited a lot of the sites. In through Morgan, and of course down south west of me is Morgan Cabin, and that's coming up. I think we got a 250th year anniversary coming up this year to
Celebrate Berkeley
celebrate Berkeley County. Yes.
We lived right along. In fact, Dad built his mother's house right in the old roadbed of Route 9, which was probably 30 feet off of the current roadbed.
Mhm.
And, so always had an interest in Route 9 because of that.
I'm also concerned, the county's growing very rapidly.
Yeah.
There's 3,200 counties in the United States, and Berkeley County has, on growth-wise, we've gotten up into the top 10 several times with the incredible sheer amount of houses and developments that's going in. There's constantly 500 houses here and 400 here and 900 over here to the left. And is there any historical landmarks that need to be preserved in that area? A lot of time that's left to the builder to decide whether or not there's anything there. I would really like to see the council or our position that there's an office somewhere around here where when there's a large development, it goes before them first. Make sure that it's clear, and then it goes on to engineering and development afterwards. So that's a long-term plan that I would like to see.
Okay. Mr. Delier.
I think it's, I agree with you that we're one of the top 10 fastest growing counties in the country. Some people say it's because of our close proximity to the city. I think it's just because it's such a wonderful community to live in that everybody wants to be here. But I appreciate your interest to get involved and help the community and preserve some of the history. So that's all I have. Just thank you.
Mr. Whitaker.
Gosh, I don't really have any questions other than I've admired your airstrip over there many times.
It's a beautiful piece of property.
It is.
And,
Yes, it is. And,
wide open, and been busting my butt lately trying to clean it up and clear out some woodland down there. Preserving that road, I found that a good part of that road, and it was maintained by the state until 1914. And then just left to go. Some of the old timers remember the cars coming and crossing the creek down there and fording, watching their headlights as they came up out of the creek and where they built the bridge back here in Glengarry.
Yeah. But I thank you for wanting to try to preserve the history in the county and wanting to give back. It's like I said, and we've all said before, anybody that wants to volunteer their time to promote the town that they live in or the county, it does mean a lot. So thank you so much.
Mr. Gokenhire.
Yes, sir. Dave, appreciate you applying for this position on the board. I know you have a vast amount of knowledge on the history and trying to be able to preserve that history moving forward. I know you attended the last meeting of the landmarks, which you're very engaging, asking questions or providing your knowledge. You're willing to share your knowledge, so appreciate that, and thank you for applying.
And Dave, actually, I echo what everybody says here. It's great to have people wanting to serve on the boards and stuff, and history is a very important thing. And I tell you the same that I told everybody else. The older I get, the more interested I am in history, and it has more value. So thank you for being here today. We don't make those decisions the day of the interview, but we'll make those decisions in the near future.
Thank you.
Thank you, and keep Back Creek Valley going strong.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. All right. And you're saying Jason Roach actually asked to be
He said he
rescheduled?
sent an email asking to send a text. He said he sent an email asking to be removed from the schedule due to conflicts.
All right. And we're early for Michelle, so we'll take a break, I guess. And I guess on this interview, if you don't mind, I'd like to, I've got an appointment I got to be at, and just hand the gavel over to Vice President Whitaker so I can get that meeting and be back before 1 o'clock. Okay? We'll take a quick break.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're back in session, and we're going to have an interview with, I know I'm going to butcher your name, with Michelle Atha.
Yes, you got it.
Every now and then, I might find that acorn, so
Many
good.
people say ACA, so good job.
Thank you. Welcome. We're kind of the slim crowd today. We got two that are out with another meeting, so we'll just say you got the cream of the crop here. So.
Great.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you like to serve either on the, is it the solid waste, and did I see stormwater management too?
No, just solid
Just solid waste. Okay.
Yeah. So my name's Michelle Atha, and I live in the north end of Berkeley County in the Waynes Neck area, and I don't think anybody on the board is from that area. I've lived here 22 years and about 16 where I'm at now. And I have a daughter, and I'm married, and I have just an interest in the Solid Waste Authority. Been going there for years, and it's a pretty successful program. I'd like to know more about it. I know some. I've been involved with Operation Green Lid. My daughter attended St. Joseph and started the program out there, and I think they won second place of the first year, which is pretty impressive because they have a small group that goes there. There's only 200 some families, so that was pretty impressive. And just want to get to know more about it, and hopefully carry the torch on and brings fresh new set of eyes and energy.
Okay. Well, I'll let Mr. Barnhart lead off here. We have sort of a question and answer things, but I'll let
I
him
live
go.
off Shepherdstown Road, so I'm the only one even remotely close to it.
Okay, good.
Did you live in the equestrian section?
I live past that. We're very close to the river, so you pass that, and I don't know if you've gone back there.
It's been a long time since I've been back.
Yeah, and it's probably changed a lot since you've been there, but we're before the hill drops and the road tees, and then there's the river. We're right before the hill drops off. So we're toward the end of it.
So you're familiar with some of the solid waste programs, but not the Solid Waste Authority is what you're getting at?
Well, yeah, I've attended a couple meetings, so I'm familiar with them. I use their services, but I would say, I have a lot to learn. It's been more, I would say, surface than really delving into some of the programs.
Okay. Of course, Clint is behind you, just seeing what's going on.
Yeah.
He's trustworthy, but, trustworthy with I gotta hang on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Solid waste, of course, their real problem is money. Like everybody. And I don't know if you have any idea about that, but it's an involved thing. They've got a very active board, very good board. I hope you would fit in with everything that you do and say and want to do. So I don't really have a question. I see you had a BS in Natural Resource Management.
I do.
What is that?
University of Maryland, like environmental science. It was a broad program, 2 semesters in chemistry, 2 semesters in biology, geography, just, touching all the, environmental sciences programs, but not really a focus anywhere.
So what do you do now?
I work for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at the National Conservation Training Center.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I work in the lab there, so anybody that comes in, I just support them. I don't instruct there, a little bit, but not to the degree, their national experts are usually flown in
conduct the courses, and they've written the textbooks.
Yeah, my next door neighbor used to work for.
Oh, okay,
She moved to Texas, so she doesn't work there anymore.
okay.
But
How long ago did she leave?
probably 2 years.
Oh, what's her name?
Beth Ann Ring.
Beth Ann, yeah, I know Beth Ann.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
my next door neighbor.
Okay, okay, yeah, she did all the events coordination, which can be a nightmare out there because things get canceled, DOI wants to come in, the Secretary of Interior, so everything needs to be juggled around.
Yeah.
So I don't envy her position.
Yeah, our group, LGAC, which is the Local Government Advisory Commission to the Executive Council in Chesapeake Bay, would meet there annually. in September.
Right, okay, yeah. We're just getting ready to open back up.
Yeah, we were supposed to have a meeting in September. It was, of course, canceled because
Right.
we weren't open yet. So it's been a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the month, we've been on telework 2 years.
Yeah.
And no guests because, of course, they fly from all around the country and sometimes the world. So, yeah, we're just going to start reporting back at the end of the month.
Have either of you been out there?
I was out there with Ducks Unlimited one time, with one of the first times I went with
Well, when
Linda.
you go into the front door, I mean, they've got, I don't know if you call it a museum, but
Yeah, it is.
yeah, all the stuffed animals, and all that. I mean, it's pretty impressive. And that's just one building. And then, you can go out back and then, walk the trail to the next building and the cafeteria.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's a nice facility. I tell everybody if I've got to be somewhere 8 hours a day and this, you got to work somewhere, it's a good place to work for
Thank
sure.
you, Robert C. Byrd.
Yes, for sure. And some of the presidents, I mean,
Yeah.
President Clinton held his peace talks out there when it was first built. So,
Yeah.
President Carter has been there. They did a play for him because he was instrumental in the National Wildlife Refuge out in Alaska, which is the most lands ever dedicated under his administration. So they did a 50-year play. Now, that was before my time. I've been out there 10 years. I started as a volunteer, then I got a contract position, and I'm finally federal government. But it was a process for sure.
Yeah. Well, thank you for applying. I don't have anything else to say. We talked about all home week kind of thing.
You talked enough trash then.
Yeah.
Eddie?
Well, I'm the same as Mr. Barnard. Thanks for applying. This board, they are very active, and they're an award-winning board. The Solid Waste Authority themselves, very impressive big group across the state. If anybody want to talk recycling or anything of that nature, you better be talking to Clint Hogman and his crew to get all the ins and outs. So you would be joining, if you were chosen, you'd be joining a very good group of people. It seems like your background and your education is in environment in some way, and what better way is solid waste is to keep it clean.
Absolutely. It would be an honor, really, to serve.
Yeah, and thank you for your work that you've already done. With the St. Joe's School, getting that program up and running, teaching children the importance of recycling. So, thank you. We'll go from there.
Thank you.
I don't have anything to add, but I do know that there's, like Mr. Barnhart said, there's some challenges in the recycling world as a whole, where you would have a commodity and now you have trash.
Right.
So I know Clint is very good at the recycling program when it comes to finding the need and taking care of the problem. So
I would
we
agree.
we don't make a decision on the interview day, but we'll be in touch, and I'm sure that things will probably work out. So
Okay, thank
thanks
you
for
all
coming
so
in.
much for your time.
Bye bye. Ready? Mr. Davis, where am I at now here? Since
Items from the public.
items from the public, okay. We need to
Take a short.
okay, we have any items from the public?
Clint, you want to get up and speak to us?
Oh,
I'll never miss an opportunity to talk.
we won't miss the opportunity to listen. So
the morning?
It's getting close, quarter till, so.
Every morning. I just wanted to say that I've known Michelle for several years. And you've all served on boards, and there's people that privately come to you, give you words of encouragement, support, ask you questions, make you think. She's been one of those for years. And, whether she's appointed is your decision, of course, but we were, at least I was surprised and shook when we lost Mike. And I just think we should sort of hit the ground running. Than maybe most people.
Do you think there'd be more applicants, or, because you indicated to me you had several, but I've always seen Michelle's application.
Yeah, I had a list of us, so we kept the people that had expressed interest, and call them all. And two got back with me, Michelle, and I forget the gentleman's name, who's the dark sky. He and I spent some time together, discussed it with his wife, and said he's going back. Michelle is
We don't decide today, of course,
Sure.
we're missing two members anyway, so it'll be in the future.
All right. Thanks so much. We don't have any possible executive session, so we're going to go break until 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll take a break till 1. Thank you.
I know the answer, but we're running.
All right, we're back in session for board and review and equalization, session 7. Mr. Hess, our assessor, and staff is here. What do you have for us today, Mr. Hess?
Well, I think we got a couple of changes we got to make for residential document.
Okay.
Other than that, we've got this thing with quad graphics that we have to make a phone call, and she's going to present some stuff to you over the phone.
Did you see the most recent email too?
Well, sure.
It came in at 12:16 from their account.
From Quads?
So what do they do?
From Ernst and Young. But now they want to be put on for October, but it's almost like they're anticipating that whatever's done today is not going to be enough.
A lot of them will do that just so they don't stand the door shut on themselves.
That's my impression from that. But
Well, this will be the 3rd year in a row that they asked for, and you know,
Yeah.
crazy.
Right.
Well, I wanted to check into this with you guys and make sure. I just, this is something that the state takes care of.
I was going to say, we don't really have a dog in the hunt.
We don't touch the camera stuff, going in and changing any values or doing any of that stuff. We don't, the state says, man, you don't touch. So Kathy does all this stuff for somebody else from the state tax department, like Nita King last year when they come in October. She was the head appraiser, she made some changes, but I looked on camera before I came over here. For the 21 tax year, they were here last year in October, and the price was agreed on for $43,860, something like that. Okay, it wasn't like $49 million. On our camera files, it still has the $48 million value for 21. Now, they have a pilot agreement, and they, in lieu of taxes, they figure their money out based on the appraised value because it's turned over to the development authority, economic development authority in Charleston. But the numbers that Anthony, I want to check with Anthony too, because you sent out something to them last year in 21 that calculated what their payments would be for the 21 tax year, but it was based off the $49 million value, which was corrected by this council in October. I don't know if they changed it or not. That may be something you might want to look into.
I guess
you know what I'm saying.
My question is what's I wanted to look at the pilot agreement because from what I was told, and actually that was done way before we got here, but that they had a pretty good pilot agreement. So how much difference when they roll back or they turn back around and devalue their property? How much does it actually cost us? I mean, don't they have like a lifetime pilot or something?
Yeah, it's in perpetuity.
Right.
But it's calculated based on the assessed value, and I don't have it in front of me.
I have it if you want to look at it.
Yeah, I do.
I don't have a pilot agreement, but I have the calculations here. It's this is the 2 years that I ran off. This is something that Anthony sent out last year for the 21. It starts out with this base value, and then it's for 60% assessment. If you look at the next page, it shows you how it breaks it further down, and they get a discount based on employees or whatever they
So
have.
this is the total tax due. $702,000.
Yeah, but let's see, I got my little page here, I think shows that here it goes down. They get a discount after that. Then here's the total amount is
That's a half a year
for
pilot.
a half year.
Yeah. So it goes from 702 down to 675 something.
But what we're doing now, aren't we doing the 22? We're doing 22 assessments. So they didn't appeal for 22. What we're trying to correct is Kathy never corrected that number for 21 on camera. And that was the problem. And so she's gonna correct that now, but we're looking at 22, and I think 22 is gonna roll over the same value as we had for 21.
Which is probably why they did this email we just got.
Possibly.
Didn't her email say that she was fixing 21 and she should change 22 as well?
She was gonna do that, but she didn't do it. And she gave me that email just a day or so ago and said she forgot to do it. So that's why she was gonna call here, and I said, well, you know, Thursday's gonna be the end of this,
21 was
you know.
fixed by an agreement last year for the Board of Assessment Appeals. It was signed on an agreement, and council entered an order based on that agreement.
And
I'm just wondering if they actually got calculated that way for 21. You know, for taxes, and we have to check with the tax office to see.
I'll check, but I think they did change that in terms of what the pilot.
so this is all just real property, I guess.
Well, it's now belongs to the economic development authority.
Yeah, the
it's real
the
property.
personal property is
It's all
owned by them, but this is all real. And I can't believe any real estate in Berkeley County going down.
Well, they were claiming economic obsolescence because of
It
COVID.
doesn't have anything to do with the real estate value. I mean, I know it's designed for them and built especially for them, but
Well, if you remember when they were in, they were arguing that the demand for printed material had dropped drastically.
well, I think from what I understand, they're starting to pick back up.
And I've read that too, several articles about that.
And they said that the state said they went in the warehouse and darn near empty, but they didn't know that they were, I don't assume that they didn't know that they were renting space off Shockies at the old GM plant. And I was told it was full.
So at any rate, I just want to make sure that the numbers aren't getting out of whack and they're getting the wrong tax bill based on, you know, but I think once you guys approved that 43 million last year, it's like Andrew said, I think they probably calculated that out, even though it's not written down on paper that way with the, what I can pull off. But we need to check with the tax office to make sure. But the question I also have is for 22, if we call Kathy, she's thinking that we're correcting the 21 on camera. But I think 22 is supposed to roll over that way also. So maybe she can verify that too, because that's what we're working on. But she might be able to clear all that up.
It was corrected in the fall, and then they just didn't do it.
It's not on the table. Okay. I'll push it. Well, we can call her if you want. And,
You want to do the corrections to the books first? to get that done?
yeah, we can do that. We'll do that. Yeah.
That way we won't forget about it.
Well, Mr. Trenary wouldn't let us forget.
No, definitely not. Hey, y'all doing?
Good.
All right, I got two changes. The first one I have is in a Pekin district, and how this occurred. The gentleman was in the office, and he had a piece of property, had a house on it, where he grew up, or his wife grew up, and it never had a septic system. And we had it down as a home site. And the gentleman went to get a septic system, and the health department said, no, you can't do it. The ground wouldn't perk, and it's black shell or something. And I got a letter from them. I said, well, I can't take that off unless you show me proof. He actually got me a letter that he had received from the health department saying that it would not perk and they couldn't put a septic system on. Well, the house is old house to begin with. It is a 1948 house. Sorry, Mary. What we did, we took the home site off, this is the change, and we put it in undeveloped. Even though the house structure's there, because it doesn't, it has a well, but no septic.
Does
So,
he own property adjacent to it?
no. But, just so you know where it's at and why we changed it. That's what I wanted to make sure you knew, so.
Doc, and no one's living in the house.
No, it's actually, it's not. We've only got a $4,700 value on the house. So we got it in unsound.
What's the acreage?
All right. It's 1.13. So, all right. And it's actually a Peckin. It is 08-1422 is a parcel. It's at 611 Golf Course Road. And Michael Crothers owns it. He's the person that owns it. And the current value on it now, the assessed value on the land is $15,480. The structure value is $2,820, making the total at $18,300. And the proposed changes the assessed value of the land to $10,920, and the building stays the same at $2,820, and the total being $13,740. And like I say, I have the documentation from the Berkeley County Health Department saying that he could not put a perk system in, or he couldn't put a septic system in.
It helps him now, but it hurts him later, because I don't think, technically, I think they have to give him an option of alternative sentence if there's alternative system, if it's a structure that
Existing
you don't.
prior to.
But the thing being with the structure that's there, we've got it as unsound. So,
Yeah, I know, but basically the rule of thumb is if you want a septic system, you put it in under that structure, then tear it down, then build a new place.
I understand how that all works, Doug.
So down the road, when he goes to resell it, he's gonna have that's gonna hurt.
Well, this is what occurred to him, according to him telling me, is he tried to sell the land because his mother-in-law lived in the house.
Mhm.
And when she died, he purchased the property and he tried to sell the land. And this is when he received the letter saying that he couldn't put a perk on it. And that was in contingency of him selling the property. And then they said that the sale followed through. So he said, well, I've got it, now what I'll do with it.
All right.
So,
Entertain a motion on the recommendation from Mr. Trenary.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? Where at in Grapevine Road is it, do you know?
it's down on Golf Course Road.
Golf course, I mean.
Yeah, it's down a good ways in the middle, almost nowhere.
Okay,
Right across the railroad tracks around to the south.
all right. All right, all in favor, say aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. You got another one?
Yep. This one here actually is no change in the value. What this was, we had a vacant piece of property, our appraisers went out, and we had a new home put on it. And when it got keyed, it actually was left in class 3. And we're changing it to class 2 because it has a home on it, it's owner occupied, so that's the only change. The assessed value stayed the same, but the tax value changes. Because it was in class 3, we dropped it to class 2 because it just didn't get keyed right.
Right, but you went from a raw piece of property to a house.
Yeah, that was correct on the document,
Okay.
but they left it in class
You're
3.
just changing the class to
Yes.
the amount's correct.
Yes.
All right. Entertain a motion on the
Move
recommendation.
to accept the reclassification of property.
Wait a second. We got a motion, a second, discussion. Who is it? Make sure none of us does things.
Oh,
Christopher Hill.
Hold on.
on the-
This is on Ridge Road, 706 Ridge Road, north.
Okay. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Is that it?
Yep.
All right. Anybody else? All right. I guess all you want me to call. Never mind.
this is Kathy.
Hello, Kathy. This is Doug Copenhaver, the president of Berkeley County Council.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing today?
I am doing well.
All right. Do you want to, I guess the assessor and everybody's here, so can we go ahead and talk about, I'm trying to adjust the volume if I figure out this phone. Okay.
Quad graphics?
Quad graphics, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I did just check my email and I see where they have filed an appeal for October. But I believe that's a result of, are we ready?
Yep, we
For
are.
this?
Go ahead. Yep.
Okay. Back in October, we had an appeal for tax year 21. And we agreed at that time that we agreed with the value of $43,866,800. At that time, they provided us with some information supporting obsolescence due to the fact that they are a magazine company, and magazines, as we all know, are almost a thing of the past. And we agreed with them that we would carry that value through to tax year 22, since we were already looking at 22 values when they had their appeal for their tax year 21 value. And we agreed at that time that we would carry that value through. Well, I kind of dropped the ball on that one, and oversight on my part, I did not remember to go in and make that change to tax year 22. It was brought to my attention a couple days ago that that change had not been made.
Okay.
So the state is standing behind the recommendation of the $43,866,800
Okay.
for tax year 22.
All right. And that's the year we're here for today?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
And the council already approved that for 21.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
wondering if that agreement between the state and Quad for 22, if that's an agreement they have.
Speak up a little bit so she can hear you.
Kathy, that
Yes.
agreement for Quad with the state for the 22 tax year, did Quad agree to that same value? That it's already been agreed on for 22?
Did Quad agree to that value? Is that what you asked me? It's very hard for me to hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the
Yes.
question, yes.
Yes, they agreed that between the state and Quad, or actually it was the tax rep for Quad,
Okay.
that we would carry that value through. And actually the Alan Albert, I believe is his name.
Yes.
He had actually sent a message. Unfortunately, he sent it to Nita King's phone, and we just got that message off of there a couple of days ago because Nita actually resigned a couple of weeks ago, and we have not been able to get her messages. And that's why he was calling. It was because we had not fulfilled our agreement to put that value on for tax year 22.
All right. All right.
So,
I've heard rumors that the print business is starting to pick back up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they supplied us with documentation supporting that it was not as of last fall,
Yeah. Yeah.
which would have been the time frame from which we would have done an informal with them, which that's what we considered it at the time. This whole thing is actually oversight on my part that I did not go in and complete the process.
Okay. All right. Anybody have questions for Kathy?
So Kathy, this is Alan Davis. Just so we have it on the record, you're not asking the council to do anything above and beyond what they've already agreed to last October.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. I think that should be all we need from you, Kathy, then.
Okay. Now, okay. Am I to go ahead and make this change, or?
Well, we're going to vote on it here, I guess, and that's what we need to do because it will be a change.
Right.
And we'll get right back with you, okay?
Okay.
And Kathy, I think one time your office came up and done an inspection on Quad Graphics. Is that correct? Like 2 years ago?
Oh, we have been there several times throughout the years.
Y'all do know that they rent space for warehouse space too, right?
Yes,
Okay, all right.
yes.
That's all I wanted to make sure you was aware of.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Bye. All right, Penny. Anything special I gotta do?
Okay.
Same way I started.
Yeah. So,
All right.
Anthony, since the council already agreed to it, you did the order.
Yeah.
Do they have to, do they
That was
have
for
to?
tax year 2021. The state tax department is supposed to submit their assessment for 2022. Apparently, she just never changed it in their system.
Right.
Essentially, so they're asking for a motion to change it to whatever the value was. It's in that.
To make the value of 22 the same as 21 at 43,866,800.
Correct.
Does the council have to, you have to do a separate order for that?
No, it
Because
would just be.
It's just a correction to the
It
system.
just be a correction. It's just like when they come in with
Right. Right.
So is that something we're going to do to that? Should we not have some paperwork on that then?
Well, Anthony will do paperwork on all this.
And
Once
then
you
we
go
can burn
sign
it
and
off.
die,
All right.
Anthony will do all the paperwork on everything that's
And we'll
coming
sign them all,
forward.
approve them all.
And then we'll just do,
Or
we'll
do whatever.
document what's being done.
Okay.
But a motion on this to change the value to 40.
Right.
All right, so if I'm correct, we need a motion of the approval of the value for 2022 at 43,866,800 for Quad Graphics.
Second.
Motion been made second. That's correct motion, right? Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Now, Larry, do you have anything else at all that will be coming to the?
No, we do not.
You can go sign and die if you'd like to be done.
Right now, even though it wasn't set up for review or anything.
It wasn't advertised until, it was just to start at one until you went sign and die.
Okay, all right.
So in the absence of a budget workshop, you can go sign and die and recess if you so choose.
Okay.
Jared signing, I thought recess of Jared.
Yeah, adjourn from sign and die, but then recess the council.
All right, thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
All right, so, I guess we just entertain a motion to go sign and die. Anybody want to make that motion?
So moved.
Motion's been made. Do we have a second?
Yes, sir.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Larry, that means I'll have my certified values tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I'll probably have them by 5 o'clock.
Could you take care of that?
Yeah, I'll probably have them by 5 o'clock.
Just did something with it.
All right, so,
I am gonna start on immediately.
so
Thank you. We really do appreciate that.
I guess the next part would be Mr. Barnhart.
Mr. President, I move to recess.
We are recessed. Thank y'all.